Alright, folks. This has been a long one, hasn't it? I mentioned this on Twitter, but this is the first case 2 games in. 2 games in, halfway to the second game, and 8 games, 8 cases into the bundle of 10 that actually follows the 2-day investigate trial phase cycle. So loving it, but it has taken a while, hasn't it? Which is fine. It's been a great pair of games so far, and it seems that it is better as a bundle. For the past 5 years, I've been begging for this game and kinda gave up on it, think it's never gonna happen. But considering that the first game was basically half tutorial, it definitely works better as one game paired together than as 2 games separated. Imagine if you bought the first game in 2015 for full price and you got tutorial for half of it and an incomplete story. And to complete the story and get the full game experience, you had to pay full price twice again in 2017. So I can see why they decided to hold off on this one, and it's not just for the Sholmes estate, the Doyle estate, over the Sholmes issue. Because it definitely does work better as a pair. Normally, I'm the type of person wherein if a work holds up as a good work, even if it's in a series, you should be able to pick up any bit and enjoy it. Like, that's why I've enjoyed the God of War series, like Cooper, bouncing around, going backwards, and they're fine games with either compelling gameplay or lore that draws back from the previous entries but still works on their own. This you can't do it with, you have to play the first one and the second one, so it only works as a bundle. So actually kinda glad that they did choose to delay till now. Also, I have got to stop staying up until the wee hours of the morning playing King of Dragon Pass. It's just so good, it turns out. Got my second win last night as a Elmal clan, and that's supposed to be one of the harder ones, but I guess you're playing easy difficulty. The difficulty doesn't matter too much. Though that was pure stubbornness. So successful, clan got so big that there were constant demands to split the clan. It was getting too crowded, people wanted to leave the Tula and head off on their own. And I kept saying, no, just keep the clan together. Even if it meant recycling my ring several times over within a few years. But I was right at the end. Pushed that disgruntlement right up till the end, finally got the second victory. But they've been short games so far. In the short game, all you do is go from clan to build a tribe and try to be the tribe's king for 10 years, successfully. The long game is to do that and then become king of the entire Dragon Pass area, and I have not done that yet. Apparently, ear pressure. Apparently the long game gets really tricky at the end. Something about the Horse Queen and really precise checks. And for the original game, they recommend you save often and just save Scummit, which isn't as reliable for the mobile and Steam version, since it takes away regular manual saves across several save slots to accommodate iOS and just gives you an annual autosave that you can go back to instead. It's also got a sequel. They want 6 sequels or something, there's already one out. 6 Sages? Play as a writer's clan? 1,000 years earlier? And it seems to be on similar gameplay similar gameplay, but a more modern experience. In that the interface and the graphics are updated. With similar art, similar gameplay style. It's interesting, might go for that too. Also, if it sounds like I've been somewhat stumbly more so than usual the past few days, I got this weird cut on the underside of my tongue, and I don't know how that got there, but it's pretty much impacting the entire left side of my tongue. Feels like a whole gash along it, but it's just that one tiny cut under the muscle. I haven't eaten anything sharp, haven't drank anything particularly hot. I thought maybe I bit my tongue at first, since I feel it all along the left side of my tongue. And I thought, like, wait, I especially feel it at the back side. It's on the front bottom, but I feel it on the back side. I guess because of the way nerves work or whatever. And so I thought maybe I bit my tongue, but no, it's just some weird little cut on the underside of the front. And yes, it is a miracle that Sholmes woke up early. Same for me too. Sunday and Monday was up to like 3 a.m. playing with my Bronze Age clan. Did better yesterday, only slept until 2 a.m. Or stayed up until 2 a.m. Sleep an hour earlier, wake up with more time in the morning to play with my Bronze Age clans. I can't help it. I've gone ahead and started a third playthrough. Playing as a clan that reveres the wife of Orlan. I forget her name. It's supposed to be the medium difficulty between Orlan and Ermal, but it's more difficult for me so far since the clan already hates me, or hates my chosen chief. And for the first time playing it, my reputation is dipping more towards stick pickers and kings. Well, that's because it's early game stuff, you see. Early game stuff, you gotta like set up, building up resources, studying mysteries, building up your shrines. Once I get stable economy going, then we can toss gifts around, be more kingly, go on some hero quests to recreate the epic myths of our heroes. And it's a long game this time too. Going for a long one, not the short one. Longer and comes with different end goals. From the archives, the professor's autopsy report. You know, I did put this as being the conclusion to this case, since I was hoping for investigation, trial, and it does seem like it hit a pretty climactic point, finding Enoch and the Chief Justice's forensic investigation team clashing with Gregson. But there's always a possibility this goes on for a third day. The autopsy report of a mass murderer known as the Professor, who was tried and found guilty by closed trial 10 years ago. You know what would be really cool? The whole conceit of this is that Kazuma and Naruto were going to Britain to learn about the legal system here and bring back that knowledge to Japan to reform the court system. Which means the 3-day court limit has not been imposed yet. It's a very fledgling court system. How could it be if they ended with an epic full-week trial? An exhausting marathon of objections and evidence and cross-witnessings and summation examinations. And one of the fundamental things that Naruhodo brings back is, please, we need a 3-day limit. I don't think it's gonna go that direction, because the marathon finish in Ace Attorney Investigations wasn't really enjoyed by many people. And this came after, so they're probably not going to repeat a big whole marathon. Condemned prisoner, redacted for confidentiality, the professor, death by hanging, confirmed at midnight the 17th of June. Courtney Stevens. That's it. So all we know is that we don't know who he is. Courtney Stevens. Courtney. Do you think perhaps it's the exact same coroner? And she went ahead and got married or changed her last name in the time between the professor's hanging and today. But it's Britain and London. They've established for 6 million people in London. There's probably several Courtneys. In the shadow of the great detective Sholmes, you'd really change your tune, Gregson. Gregson, does that mean you are going to co-sign the checks if Van Zeke ever goes like, oh, that's Sholmes' evidence, we can't accept Sholmes' evidence? And you'd be like, oh, now, the Bobby's at the yard, we all love Sholmes now. Trevor. Alright, come on. Culminating trial. The final chapter. Okay, it does feel final then. If the game is saying final chapter, it's a very honest series, the Ace Attorney series. They trick you with evidence and testimony, but they don't trick you with the pacing. If they say, oh, this is it, this feels so final, then it probably is. Finding the truth? No, your job as a defense is to get an acquittal, that's it. Get an acquittal and ensure that the prosecution is acting in good faith and fairness. With Kazuma on his side. Convenient memory loss too, so I don't think Kazuma's being coerced. I think, instead, the blow that he suffered really did just discombobulate his brain. Hit with such force that it crashed the computer, and the reboot was imperfect. Oh, that's pretty cute. You see, he's got that quick draw sword technique. What is it? That's not Aedo, is it? You used to know that stuff. Like, Not the techniques, but the names. But I forgot all about it. It's been way too long. It's definitely Kazuma. He's got a new soul. You see, that's it. It's because the sword is gone. They've replaced his sword. He said himself, the soul of the Japanese man is in his sword. So if they traded swords back, then the soul would be reunited with the body. Chosen at random. You keep saying that. Like, even this one, this feels pretty random because they're all brand new people. But even then, you got people connected to people associated with the trial. You know Enoch personally. You're from the Royal Society. Right, Gammon. A report for the court. Is this about the blown up machine? At the Great Exhibition Grounds, yep. You know, the Chief Justice's forensic investigation team was on site to investigate the device for hours. How did they not find the bomb? And it was in such an obvious place too. When they panned over to it, it was a big, big red bomb, a bundle of dynamite right on the back of the arm. It wasn't exactly hidden. To Smithers? We say smithereens. Are you telling us, are you telling me, that we are using an inferior version this whole time? Well, this is good though. This is good. This does show that the bottom opens up. This is great. So they only blew up the top side. If anything, that explosion helped our case. Oh my goodness. He's showing the orientation of the floor in the opening state. He's showing that there is a big chamber under the floor. Photographic print of the experimentation stage after it was completely leveled by a time bomb. Metal floor of the stage has been blown open by the explosion. Alright, look at that. That's a huge amount of space, and those are obvious hinges. So he's just helped us. He's helped us out. Which means I have to ask why. Did he intend for all the evidence to be destroyed? Or was this a contingency plan? To prove, on the off chance, that Asmon did not die, that hey, this is how it worked, go get Asmon. Or maybe, if things don't work out, hey, this is all a sham, look at this. Maybe for the grant? We've all been impressed by this fantastic device, but then oh no, it's blown up. I guess we need that grant money after all. Because I can't really see this as destroying evidence. What it's enhanced the evidence is given us photographic proof of the door and the floor. Excuse me, before a thorough investigation could begin. So much happened. There were hours that occurred. During their thorough investigation, FIT came to the exhibition. Gina and Toby ran off to find Enoch. The main gang went on over to Madame Puspel's. Did that whole thing for like half an hour to an hour. Then traveled to Enoch's lab, or workshop, his atelier. You got travel time, you got the investigating, you got at least an hour or two that they were going over the site with a code. Clearly, the Chief Justice has failed to impress with his so-called forensics. No authenticity. What about the hinged floor that opens to a pit? That is deliberate. You don't just put hinges on floors.
Objection!
Names Council. Asmund and Enoch. It should be easy enough to prove. We got Enoch, we got his crossbow, we got the photograph. Photographs. Shrug. Hard to pin down. Well, it's like I said about the Flopsy release of 1999 King of Dragon Pass. Pick a genre. It doesn't have to be the most accurate. You got engineer to choose from, charlatan, magician, freelance? What about professional baddie? If the Skulkin brothers could use professional baddie as their profession. Not hiding that. Really, really, you're giving us the Apple spiel. Tell us what it's really like. In that case, easy enough to tear apart. Pulls that apart the first day, can tear it apart the second.
Objection!
But Van Zeeks, you gave us a photograph of the hinged floor opening to a pit. You've just given us the golden bullet, the silver bullet, for proving that it's a prop. How many cross-examines is this going to take to prove that the machine is fake? 2, 3? With or without summation examination? Irrelevant. To his precise specification. There were the burnt blueprints. What about the burnt blueprints that we recovered? Did he have a twin? They swapped out the heads. At some point they swapped out the heads. That is why this head was in the balloon in his room. I don't know when it all happens. Maybe he did have a body double. I don't know. Because at some point the body falls from the balloon. This is the timing I don't get. Because the corpse is real. The corpse is unequivocally real. But there is also glass. There is also glass found on the dummy, on the wax professor. There is a splash of blood in here. Maybe the timeline is wrong. Maybe the dummy, maybe the waxwork double was in the balloon. The balloon that was popped. So the dummy falls down. While the real person is in the machine, you can see him clearly in the birdcage. And then he drops into the floor. And then gets stabbed? Maybe he gets stabbed after the double falls down into the glass tower. Hence the glass in the wax. And then, while everybody's rushed off in confusion, then he takes the actual stabbed Asman, takes him to the crystal tower, puts him in place. Well, that's going to be highly visible. Especially since well, I don't know. Either he brought the entire apparatus with him, the entire birdcage, hence explaining the blood splatter on the straps and the buckle, or maybe he took the professor, not the professor, keep on professor, or maybe he took Asman here, dead, with Andrew stabbed into his chest, strapped him in, then pulled the screwdriver out, hence the blood on the screwdriver, hence the fresh splatter on the buckle and straps, and then toss the screwdriver back into place. That could be how it went. But that would require then carrying a body across the lawn, through the crystal tower doors, up the stairs, to the window, swapping this body with the wax double and carrying the wax double away in broad daylight where nobody's seeing. I'm not sure to believe there is just that much smoke. Excuse me. Cut on the tongue and I forgot how to drink. I want to believe maybe all they saw was an empty birdcage fall. If they saw the birdcage fall with this huge frame and huge pike of wood, That could be enough for them to assume that the man himself fell. But there was glass on the wax. So, it's reasonable that the waxwork figure was also in the cage. Blaming the science. Yeah, a wax body double. We just don't have the evidence in court record, because you gotta squeeze that out. You don't need a twin sibling. What's the total population of the world in 1900? Let's average out to 1900. World population, 1900. 2 billion people. And humans as a species are incredibly genetically similar. Even if we look remarkably different, we are, at the genetic level, incredibly alike. You dilute out the human population to 7.8 billion, and there are people who've said to me, up in, Washington, nowhere near where I am, "Guinea, is that you? Sitting across from me at the table, I'm really drunk, but that person looks just like you." People do have their doppelgangers. I've had my doppelgangers found. I've seen other people's doppelgangers, total strangers, and yet somehow they look just like people you know. With only 2 billion, that is much denser. Doesn't have to be a twin. Could just be someone who looks enough like Asmund, especially at a distance. Give similar clothes, similar height. Maybe similarity in facial hairs. And people fill in the gaps themselves, their eyeballs. Yeah, see, there you go. You know your stage magic, you have incredible engineering know-how. Ergo, you made this impressive smoke and mirrors prop. Forged into a physical manifestation. I don't think I have anything that I can contradict right now. Hold it! So just press all the statements till something pops up. No interest highlighted. Maybe he does have some familiarity with Asmund. Maybe Asmund was the professor. solid scientific principle? Nah. But yeah, we didn't get the, no, we didn't. We saw blueprints that were in the process of being burned, and recovered them. We didn't get to keep it as evidence. I bet you, if we had that evidence, that blueprint in the court record, it'd be wholly different from the one that Hairbrain provided. To his precise specifications. Elaborate on those precise specifications. No, it hasn't. It hasn't. There's a floor, there's a base. Would it have been a trick? I want to waste a penalty just showing him the picture and be like, what are you talking about? That's the base of the device. That's a hinged floor. You might argue the explosion blew open the floor, but so precisely divided. And with hinges that goes into the stage, for what purpose? But that's sort of the second statement.
Hold it!
That's it. Ryanosuke, don't be stupid. They just established. They just said. They looked into it. He has no twig.
Objection!
Penalty just for saying that. The thread of hope. Okay, so my working theory so far. Waxwork in the balloon. Asmin in the machine, in the birdcage. Big smoke and explosion happens. Balloon gets popped. Body double falls. People, I guess they see the explosion. They see the body double fall down in the birdcage. They don't see that the actual Asmin has fallen through the floor, hidden by the explosions and the smoke, and their eyeballs turn to the birdcage dropping from the sky. And what they don't see is the engineer fellow, under the stage, stabs him. Explosion and debris, people scatter. He surreptitiously walks across, replaces the waxwork with the real person, takes the waxwork away. That's how I think the body moved. But it's sloppy because he had to take the body all the way across the yard. Maybe there's tunnels? Maybe something connects the stage with the Crystal Tower? I don't know. Sewers, maybe? Sholmes did suggest in the previous game that sewers could be used to go from Mundabanks to the actual bank where the reserve funds for the Crystal Tower construction was being held. So maybe tunnels come into play after being foreshadowed? Head first. Okay, alright. There's my contradiction. Because it was smashed on the booty. Unlikely. But it was your crossbow, and the defendant saw you specifically on the grounds. So you were there, and you did see it, having been pressed. It's ambiguous. Has to be the stabbing. Or I don't know. Because there's not exactly any... There's no suspensions or shock absorption or anything in this. It's literally just a floor, a back, and straps. So maybe even if this dropped from the stage to the floor below, it could equally have been his vertebrae collapsing from the drop. Or the screwdriver. Maybe it was an accident. Maybe he wasn't intended to die. But the drop killed him? No. This fellow, Mr. Osmond, not Osmond, Enoch, Mr. Drebber, is a phenomenal engineer. He wouldn't drop an egg and not account for it cracking. Once again, I have tapped space instead of the Q to press. Crash head first. Head first into the crystal tower.
Objection!
Maybe there were two cages. Maybe he really did move the entire cage over. And the bird cage that fell from the balloon did fall head first. But this bird cage fell from the stage to under, and thus broke its booty. Yes, Fenzies, but where was it smashed? Head or butt? Two bird cages in play that were switched, and not just the body, the whole apparatus. Again, that's going to be highly visible. That's even more visible than moving just a body. He could frame it as putting him on his shoulder to help carry his injured friend away, but the whole bird cage? Two bird cages? How'd you move two bird cages? GAA. Is he supposed to be speaking with a different cadence or octave in the highlighted orange words? Because GA in orange and the second half in white makes you think maybe he's got, I don't know, robo voice going on.
Objection!
I've been reading him in my head with kind of a deep baritone. but now I'm doubting.
Objection!
Now you're saying witness testimony is unreliable.
Objection!
What character archetype laughs with coo 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 coo? Is he supposed to be more Kefka voiced? I know Kaka, but Kaka is 500-year-old vampire Loli. And this guy does not have that figure at all. Only one vertebrae? Was it only one vertebrae? A broken vertebrae. What truth is that? Amend testimony? Nowhere else I've fallen from.
Objection!
What do you mean? What do you mean, penalty? That's good though. There's a balloon. There's an empty balloon right there. That's the perfect evidence for it. Please split. Nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. If not the balloon photo, maybe the balloon? Burnt balloon? Nowhere else 30 feet high. Maybe the crystal tower itself. Maybe it just shoved out the window. Nowhere else 30 feet high. I get it. I get it. I was thinking wrong. I was trying to prove that yes, it could have fallen 30 feet high from the balloon. But no, the stage itself. The stage itself is 30 feet up. I need to prove, not that he fell from the balloon, because that was a waxwork. I need to prove that he fell from the stage to the earth.
Objection!
Penalty again? What? Okay, alright. They don't know yet. They don't know that the hole is 30 feet deep. I gotta show them. It's explicitly 30 feet high, right? There. The stage to the floor is an equivalent height. It's right there on the diagram.
Objection!
See, I had the right idea. The picture of the hole in the stage, it could have worked. It shows a hole in the stage, and that's where he fell from. can't imagine that Asmund actually knew, that Asmund actually believed that the electric kinesis is going to work. So he had to account for falling through the stage. He had to know. Since Anok was his engineer man, so deception and fraud was probably planned from the start. From which it could have fallen. So not where did it fall to, but from where did it fall? From here.
Take that!
I have to remember that just because I figured something out doesn't mean that these guys have. One courtroom, one brain cell, and they all have to share it. Then we have to prove that. What are you talking about? How'd these fall? From the stage to the floor. And we've got, like, well, there's a picture here, and they won't believe it because there's an explosion. We thank them for the explosion.
Objection!
Dude, you gave us the evidence. It's right there. Hinge. Sections. Gap into the void. And I don't even have to present the evidence myself. It's right there. It does automatically. If he was really this thorough about blowing things up, then he would have blown up the base too, the whole stage itself. Yeah, so he put the bomb on the machine itself to blow the machine up from the top. What he should have done is put the bomb in the stage, blow up the stage from beneath, shatter all that, machine falls, density plus height and velocity smashes it to pieces. Amateur. This guy's a straight up amateur.
Objection!
Man dies so hard he becomes Haniwa. Two counts. Do go on, Zeeks. We'll tear your arguments apart too. I'll grant them that because I'm confused how the man moved two bird cages across the boulevard
Objection!
in broad daylight. He would have needed to, because even if Asmund was stabbed under the stage, he was found plus birdcage on the Crystal Tower. That's the only weak part to my theory crafting so far. Even though the forensics investigation team is really super shady, I don't think they're going to protect criminal elements, considering they work directly for the Chief Justice. No reason. Aren't you the one who said, who proposed, that maybe Harebrained murdered Mr. Asmund in order to keep the grant money for himself, to not split it among his investors? Wouldn't that be Enoch's motivation too? Murder the primary investor, so the grant money comes in, it's only him and Harebrained who get to enjoy it, and by him and Harebrained, I mean just him, having squeezed Harebrained. %30 of all ruminations only. It's favorable, but if Asma was out of the picture, a provision. Both contracting parties are alive. So either this contract becomes null and void, and you wish to squeeze for a better contract for Mr. Harriman, or you had a compelling reason to target and kill Mr. Rasman specifically. Drebber here does have some connection to the Professor case from ages back. Maybe he felt that Asmund is the Professor, and revenge is better than money. Contract between Mr. Rasman and Mr. Drebber, dictating terms by which they would profit from the kinesis experiment. Oops, no. Investor Mr. O'Dia's man hereby enters into contract with the provider, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to fund labor and material for the construction of a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Okay. So this is for the construction alone. If he constructs, then Drebber shall receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income, and may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. And I suppose with the hope that maybe it's a forged thing. Trevor, could I compare signatures? What about his card? I don't have the card! I don't have his business card! I gave it to Gina so she could sniff it with Toby, and they could find the warehouse, but she never gave me the card back. I bet you that is going to be The secret salvation. She's like, oh, yeah, whatever, mate, and gives us a card back. And it turns out the signatures are completely different. Why do we put motive aside for now? Because we have the possibility we could suss out the motive later. Because we have a birdcage that was smashed at the bottom, we have a hinged floor, we have a 30 feet void under the stage directly. Maybe it was accidental. Maybe despite his brilliance as an engineer, Enoch didn't put enough shock absorption, enough personal security into the birdcage and the dropping floor mechanism, and simply killed him by accidental gravity. Maybe that'd be my argument. Then alright, let's accept for the moment that he has no motive, as per this contract. But we have a hinged floor that is made up of several hinged sections that in this photograph opens up into a void directly under where the birdcage would be. And we have a bottom broken birdcage that contradicts people witnessing the birdcage fall head first into the crystal tower. So let's pursue this reasoning. Maybe he didn't want to kill Asmon, but an accident occurred on this massive prop. We wouldn't need to pursue it as murder yet.
Objection!
You said yourself, Drebber, you came here to testify as to the nature of the machine? I suppose this would be easier if Drebber and his engineering prowess were exploited by the Chief Justice if he was also a pawn thereof. Maybe the Bobbies, or the forensic investigation team themselves, were the ones who moved the bodies around.
Objection!
In order to kill Asmon, who had evaded justice a month before, formally accuse another party involved in this matter. Maybe Male Strongheart? Maybe Madame Tuspels herself, providing the waxwork under the excuse of it having been stolen? The Zarlune? He wouldn't. Maybe Courtney? One of Lord Strongheart's most trusted allies, leader of the forensics investigation team. And she was the coroner for this case, and maybe also the coroner for the execution of the professor. Because I've been heavily sussing the Chief Justice from the start, I want to name him. The moment I get to finger the Chief Justice, I'm going to be so happy. I'll be like, yep, I was right this whole time. It's him. And the hints to it are finally starting to come out in this case. But maybe it's simply the coroner. We start with the middleman. He doesn't even know. He doesn't even know, and we get the chance to finger somebody else. Name the accomplice or back down. The thing is, this only works if he had an accomplice. Previous cases did have people act as ninjas and move evidence and bodies around in crowded rooms with everybody on edge without being seen. Often multiple movements going on in the same room at the same time. But I don't think that's the case here. I think he did have an accomplice. And it had to be the cops. Or at least the FIT. No, that's back down. That's the wrong one. Is this going to be another fake choice, where it turns out you pick an option, but you go with it anyway? Yeah, fake choice. You say no by accident or on purpose. And you're like, no, we're ready. According to the coroner's report, coroner also part of a cover-up. Itself a clue. That's the game downright telling you that the coroner's report does not make sense. The coroner's report is a clue. The coroner, the coroner, the coroner. Put the coroner in the corner. Drebber is Drebber's accomplice.
Take that!
They're having unique dialogue. This is not at all generic. So it is the right option. And that's also how you know this is the right option. Because the Chief Justice has been pissed that our court successes end up blowing open government secrets or embarrassing the government with fraudulent science. So if I'm going to embarrass his baby, his pet project, the forensics investigation team, a week before the forensic science exhibition that was meant to showcase his forensics to the world, if I'm gonna make an enemy of the Chief Justice, that's how you know I'm doing it right. Of course, the coroner is just the coroner. Even if it turns out that the entire FIT under her is dirty, they could always just throw her under the bus and claim that, oh, it was one renegade. That was my own hiring processes and my own lack of attentiveness towards my subordinates. I should have seen this coming. It is my deep shame, and so she must die. See, the thing is, though, the thing that really disappoints me is that her name is Courtney She, and they're so close to doing a pun here. They should have named her Catherine. Catherine. That way she could be a Kate She. They're so close to getting a pun in there. So very close. Immediately sealed off. Police banished 2 from the FIT. Putting Dr. Shi on the stand directly. Oh, Naruto. He's come such a long way since the very first case in the first game, where he was doing baby slaps on the table with nervous eyeballs. Who? It doesn't matter. We know the wax figure, but who the doppelganger was doesn't matter at all. Missing person, accidental deaths are out. Van Zeeks, you are absolutely right. There was no one dead or alive who could have filled that role. That's true, because he was wax. Present evidence. Name someone is interesting, because I want to name Madame Tuspels. But that's not it. Head of the Professor Waxwork, stolen from the Madame Tuspel special exhibit. Small fragment of very unusual and thick glass that was found in the folds of the clothing of the Professor Waxwork. From the Crystal Tower. That's my evidence. The head is nothing. The head is wax, but irrelevant. The glass, though. The glass directly comes from the Crystal Tower and was found on a waxwork. They're going to love this name. Exactly, so it doesn't even have to be a perfect, accurate body double. It just has to be a body in the birdcage, dressed alike. That's it. That's it. And they'll see it in their haste for like a split second. The brain will fill in the details. The body double in the second birdcage was. I want to present the glass though. The glass does say the Professor Waxwork. I guess I gotta do that then, if the sentence says a body double inside was. Not the evidence for it. If the evidence for it was, then it'd be the glass. But who was it? Who was a body double?
Take that!
And then prove it with the glass. Say it, Naruto. He was wax. He was fake. He was not a man at all. He was a homunculus. A simulacrum of a real person. That thing right there. They brought it into court. They brought it into court. When was that even? Who pulled that in? Was it there this whole time? I just whipped the head out of my
Objection!
pocket, and that summoned the rest of the waxwork. Open your eyes and look into mine. Oh my goodness, the shipping details. Stare deeply into those handsome Bishonen eyes, those icy, piercing blues. And they don't need a real person, especially if the only function is to fall down from a height and be seen. No, I just said you lost your baby slaps.
Objection!
Because that waxwork was missing. That waxwork had glass. The head could be removed and replaced. Is it going to be that if you remove the mask, that it really does look like Mr. Rasman? Because, again, nobody knows what the professor looked like. Madame Tuspels probably did not know what the professor looked like. She doesn't have to model an accurate human face inside the helmet. All she needs is a suitably menacing mask, which she has. If they end up removing the mask to see, well, what did the professor look like? It better look like a Lego minifig. The timing all lines up, prosecution. Really, Naruto? You couldn't figure it out back then? That's like the linchpin for the whole thing.
Objection!
But I guess it's fair that he's been distracted by Sholmes all of yesterday. I mean, the magician, the stage magician, and the 19th century scientist have to understand that yes, all this is possible.
Objection!
Baby slaps, Ryunosuke. What happened to your manly slaps? Whatever happened to show them your Japanese spirit? Summation examination. Reached an agreement. The engineer Enoch is a charlatan. The sciences of the late 19th century are the sciences of the late 19th century. And the police are corrupt, so everyone's gonna vote non-guilty for my client.
Guilty!
Or not.
Guilty.
Guilty! Guilty!
Guilty!
Kill me!
Oh, she's raising her corn as a gavel. That's too cute. Oh, no. They're having her hold her corn up, but not letting her use a corn as a gavel. Never accomplished to anything. And I have done another. Impossible. Nothing to do with the coroner. Problems with police. Do not trust them much. Then why'd you vote guilty? No rigorous proof the waxwork ever in the birdcage. Again, I had glass. If they let me show the glass, this wouldn't even have happened. Evidence. There you go. We have evidence. So, the scientist and the corn gal to focus on first. They could replace the head easily, and the face doesn't have to be accurate. You just gotta dress it and just have to dress it up right. They're gonna see it for a split second, from several dozens of feet away up in the air before it falls to the floor of that upper platform of the Crystal Tower. Why it had to be this model. Because nobody recognizes it because you gotta pay more to see it. Then whether or not it looked like the victim. If they didn't toss that at the end, I was going to moan about, oh no, they're going to remove the mask and it really is going to look just like Mr. Asman. Okay, you two with your talk of evidence.
Hold it!
Wouldn't need to, just has to be similar enough. They could take the mask off, they could put a new head on it, the head does twist off. We have evidence. Can I give you evidence? To present suitable evidence, may I? May I? I have evidence. That's the whole reason we're fingering the Professor Waxwork in the first place, because we have that piece of glass. But he's not wearing black. He's wearing a sharp white shirt, the black jacket. It's the mouse. It's the mouse dressed in black on his shoulder.
Take that!
Also, I will say that's a good example of what I tend to go on about. Naruto clearly has a good brain on him, he knows what he's talking about. But then Mr. 19th century scientist with the Royal Society is all like, well, if you're not wearing the white coat that denotes our scientists, then I don't trust your evidence. Even though there was very valid knowledge inside Naruto's head. Color shouldn't come into it if the reasoning is sound. Atypical for this person in his era, but I'll take it. Presence of that piece of glass leaves me with a little doubt that the waxwork was indeed inside the bird cage. Presence of glass is evidence, so can I pitch you two together? No evidence? Well, there's evidence right here. Alright, they started with the rightmost guy, then went down. Couldn't they have just gone 1 to 6? Cause you're about... Your whole thing's a corner. You're about the corner. Nothing to do with the corner. Trouble with the police. And then you two's evidence.
Hold it!
Just asking about the core, not pushing the evidence issue. You see, it's the kernel, the core. We're seriously gonna watch her eat several pops. Who on the dev team has mukbang as a fetish? Amazing, Naruhuda. Alright, in that case, press the 2 then. Or pit the 2, since pressing for the corn gal did nothing. You know of evidence? You want evidence?
Objection!
Have at it. With as much as her head is rattling. Just gotta push the corner angle down. But the only connection I have is that this corner is first name Courtney, and Professor's corner was also a Courtney, and Drebber has some connection to the Professor case, being the one who went out to try to take a picture of it. Don't trust the police. From the start.
Hold it!
Maybe that's it. Maybe it's simply that the magician doesn't trust the police. Here's a policeman on the jury. He's a copper. Can we get that added to your testimony so we could pair it off against I don't trust the police? Did he just say it's okay to bend the rules sometimes? Discretion to bend the rules sometime. but didn't quite get anything out of that one.
Hold it! Hold it!
One of you two has to have an additional statement to add. No relationship to the woman. Maybe that's it. If I push a connection between Drebber, the professor, and the coroner, that could be a connection. She's a shipper is what she's saying. A connection between the waxwork and Dr. Shi. We don't have that, do we? And I can't just give her evidence myself. There's no present option during summation examination. He has to get the idea into his head. Do I have evidence? Should I present evidence? Which you can't present on your own.
Hold it!
I do like this guy's design. I love it even. It's not just the, the magician coat, the top hat and all that. But the derisive glances he gives, especially.
Not in my day.
Not in your day. What you talking about, Gammon?
Excuse me.
Back in your day, the good old days. Yeah, so get to the point. Grandpa, are you just going off on old stories? Courtney Stevens put her name to it.
Hold it!
So that's the connection we need then, that Courtney Shi was once Courtney Stevens. And she does have a little kid in her lap, so I guess it would stand to reason that to uphold her place in society, the kid's probably not born out of wedlock. Wedlock's a funny word. To include that name. Alright. She was Courtney Stevens, back when we knew her. A legendary coroner even. Professor, death by hanging. So that connects her to the wax. What connects Drebber's to the wax then? We have his camera, but that feels like they're two halves of one evidence. And I can only present one thing at a go. Nothing to do with the coroner. The waxwork has nothing to do with the coroner. The waxwork of the professor, she was a coroner on the professor. That's it. That's all I gotta prove, not as she put it. Drebber, 2 waxwork, 2 Courtney. Just the last 2.
Objection!
Golly.
Take that!
Is that to say then that the coroner actually knows what the professor looks like? That's all well and good, but that doesn't mean that the waxwork itself has to look just like him. Maybe the coroner is a resurrectionist, and what Drebber saw that night wasn't the professor rising from the grave, but the coroner recovering the body for her own experimentations. Maybe, maybe to study it herself, to enhance her medical and anatomical studies, or to sell it to fledgling medical students for the same. Also, she has an extraordinarily long neck. Forum broken. 2 spells onto the stand. But she's gonna back up her case in, isn't she? That the waxwork went missing, allegedly ransomed for £200, and then shows up after the alleged murder. But then she's gotta confirm that under the mask, that the Professor Waxwork just has a head of a Lego minifig. The brink of opening Pandora's box. What are you alluding to here? Adjourn for 45 minutes. Good. Pee break coming up. Alright. You heard the judge. Court is adjourned for the next 45 minutes. Or more like 2 to 4 minutes. So, stand up, stretch your legs, grab a bathroom break, watch other cool people for a bit, and then court shall resume when it resumes. Oh no, Lurkin just in time, just got back from the break. But appreciating the lurk? Don't want spoilers from too late in these games? Completely understandable. That is one of the downsides of streaming such an anticipated game for 5 whole years, anticipated 4 or 5 years, is that a lot of eyeballs are looking forward to this, mine included. So heck, if you don't want to spoil yourself, completely understandable. So enjoy your work. Alright, music gone. Music gone. Camera back on. 45 in-game minutes should have elapsed. Stand up to spells, please. Knight Errant. I would say is before the professor's time. Yeah, he was in Germany. Sholmes has to know something. Sholmes has to have some connection to the Professor case. He's got connections to everybody. Everybody knows everybody. And that has to include Sholmes and the Professor. It's gotta be the Baskervilles thing, maybe. Because didn't they say that the Professor hunted out the aristocrats and royalties with a giant beastly dog to tear them apart? Oh, hello, sudden bandwidth, bitrate, slingshotting. Small dip is fine now. Yeah, everybody in trial has a link to the case, and everybody knows everybody. Chief Justice Strongheart, the coroner, Sholmes, Van Zeeks, Hairbrain here. Even Dr. Wilson and the judge in Japan, and Susato's father, everyone knows everyone. This whole game is a 6 degrees of separation game. Is Gregson the only one who wasn't involved in this giant everyone knows everyone coterie? Is that why Gregson has to be the outsider? The screen is only this far away, and I can't read a word she's saying. I see there are words, letters of various heights. If I squint... French? No, that's bin. To think something been 10 years? To think it's been 10 years? Amazing magic, isn't it? It's simply glass that has been carved into different angles. Blind, not blind. Blind, not blind. Blind, not blind. could be possible. Why not? Don't tell me this is the one case. Oh, so it's not about conflicts of interest. Van Zeeks refuses to summon you as a witness, but we do. Strongheart might have forbidden Van Zeeks from calling you as a witness, but he hasn't forbidden you. The defense demands that Courtney C gets called in as a witness. And you see, he's complicit. He knows. Hey there. Either it implicates a few possibilities. Either it implicates that male Strongheart was the actual killer who murdered aristocrats and abilities because they were criminals evading justice, or it implicates that male Strongheart is a conspirator who kills criminals who evade justice, and maybe the professor was one such person. There's a third possibility, but it eludes me. But either way, this whole case, from start to now, the Chief Justice is becoming as dirty as I've been saying from the start. It was guesswork for me at the beginning, and now he's showing it, she's showing it. Regrets? So there is a cover of some kind. So maybe the professor was really male Strongheart before he started to use more subtle methods of murder. Back then, he just sicked the dog on people, and that was too scandalous. And maybe the person they murdered, the executed, in the very private trial was innocent the whole time, but they needed a scapegoat. And now these days, Strongheart just uses the court system plus a network of assassins and conspirators to do the murdering for him, make it like an accident. Or maybe they knew that the professor really was the professor, and in their private, secret trial, there was no evidence, no eyewitness, but they knew it was him, so they made him hang anyway. Both very good possibilities. Don't let the truth, even the shadow of the truth, out of my sight. Pursue it like a dog, you say. You know, that caramel diss that he made way back in the previous game, nothing came of it. He made a second disc of the dots, the music disc. But that evidence never showed up. That fabricated disc never showed up. His caramel pressing to make molds for evidence never showed up. Maybe this is hinting that he's going to be making a mold again. Maybe he's going to surreptitiously sneak off and make a wax mold, or a caramel mold of a wax face. The final chapter. Naruhodo, you already said that 2 hours ago. The Old Bailey. in a secret trial that's fully classified on the hush hush. But what is Madame Tuspel even going to testify to the nature of? He makes wax. She'd have no reason to know the face of the professor. Is she just going to testify on the professor going missing? Before the incident and returning after? It's that Sholmes said. Is she actually making Sholmes now? I think she is. That's definitely Sholmes. New exhibit? Do we get to be in the exhibit too? We've been working with Sholmes for how long now? There's two of them in the world. Believed to have been, wasn't it? Just been told. Outside the courtroom. Oh, you mean what it was used for. Uh-huh. You know him well. Odious Personages exhibit. Does not resemble the professor at all. Because Under the Mask is a Lego minifig, right? No, Naruto, don't be stupid, man. Don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. The head is removable. The head comes off. It's replaceable. And she just straight up said, this is a victim of the case in question, Mr. Odiasman, but of course I know him well. He is a part of my Odious Personages exhibit. Body of the Professor and Head of Asman from the Odious Personage exhibit. Yeah, exactly. And if she has the key, then unless Madame Tuspels is also a co-conspirator, then they never took the mask off. The head, sure, but not the mask. And she wouldn't even know the face of the killer. Yeah, exactly. Unless... Unless somehow this actually is Mr. Drebber's camera. It was found on the Drebber statue. But let's say he took a picture of what he found when he went to the graveyard. When Catherine was digging up the body. I decided that's what she was doing. Then maybe he does know what the face looks like. Even for one of an unknown face. If that's your claim, can we open up the mask then? It costs us nothing. Spread terror throughout. He killed 5 nobles and royals. That's all he's done that we know of. Based on a rumor, directly from the corpse, in accordance with Duspel's family principles. So either she dug up the corpse, or she was there with Drebber when the corpse was dug up, or she saw Drebber's picture. One of those three. The aid of the gravedigger. Just before internment. So let's go ahead and take her testimony at face value and unlock the mask then. Come on, this is the era of resurrectionists. This is the era when medical scientists and students were digging up corpses. To say nothing of your regular bog-standard grave robber digging for loot. That's why we have people in tombs. That's why we have cages, metal cages, over the grave sites. They had none of that for a notorious killer that they wanted to keep a state secret. That does seem to depict a pre-white hair Drebber with camera. I'm not sure if that's his monocle over his eye, or if his monocle's on the other eye. The Great Stink was a ball mask to blame for the Great Blaze. The fire that engulfed the popular theatre continues to draw attention as reports that Her Majesty Queen Victoria herself visited the Royal Italian Opera to inspect the site and offer words of condolence to the theatre's owner, Mr. Frederick Guy. The theatre had been under lease to the famed magician John Henry Anderson. Irrelevant. Krakatoa eruption. Cool historical detail. Mad Sheep Rampage. Charles Darwin to receive medal. Newspaper article recounted the tale of an eyewitness to the alleged resurrection of a professor from his grave on the night of his execution. And of course, like all newspaper articles, the true evidence is on the back. Oh, I can't look at the back. Parliament to finally address this foul issue. No, that is a monocle. This black monocle. Cameras out. Hold up. Hold up. Oh, Asmon. Was the wood printer? Was the artist? Okay, let me see. Let me compare the signatures. Compare the S's first. Because the A, I think, looks alright. The signature might be accurate. Eerily accurate. That's a perfect facsimile. My signature is never the same twice. But how are we going to prove that through the waxwork itself? We know the waxwork was there.
Hold it!
A gunshot over his shoulder. That might explain the blood on the camera, if this story was true. I mean, Sans clawing at the sepulchral tomb. More human hands on him. Meaty, but no claws. That could be the cover-up. What if the professor with his hands was the Chief Justice, singling out people who evaded justice because they're aristocrats and royals? But they don't want to execute him, so they put on a sham execution in a very secret case, and they have him rise from his grave. For the dead to come back to life, but if he was never killed? Okay, so discount that theory. But that she's also the pocket of male stronghearts.
Hold it! Hold it!
Naruto. It's the 19th century. Everybody's digging up graves, legal or no. You can't stop it. So, let's see it. This is just his face. We're not going to know his identity from just his face alone.
Hold it!
I'm confused, because she saw the corpse before it was interred. But she also hung out at the cemetery at night into the wee hours of the morning to see it rise from its grave. Ah. Naturally, rigor floppiness. Floppy mortis, floppy mortis. Oh, she did get the floppy mortis then. She was too late. Hey, Wither. Yeah, truth be told, I only watched part way through the first season. Thought, hey, this is cool. Let you know. And then kind of felt it a bit lacking too. I haven't started the second season yet, but just the first one. The first one gave me hope that maybe they picked up by the second. But I still stand by the Odd Taxi recommendation. That you will love. What if she held the jaw shut on one side, did a wax impression of the other, then hold the jaw like that, and then wax impression the next, and then bam? Yeah, I gotta say, going into it, I did expect a lot more Long Live the Queen, and less friendship harem. But the premise is great. The premise being that you wake up in your video game, your Tomei video game, except you're the villainess, and there's all these death flags you have to avoid. Except it becomes a non-issue because those death flags just mean you meet another cute character, make friends with them, and they fall in love, blah blah blah. It lacks the danger, I think. The danger is always such a background element. They plot in their head about how to avoid the danger, and then they just make friends and there's no danger. I've heard that the second season removes some easiness. I haven't seen it yet, but from what I've read, isn't it that it starts like partway into her life, so she doesn't get to make the friends as easily? Some of the death flags are already entrenched, and so it's kind of an upward battle. I've heard that, but I haven't seen, so for all I know, it might just be more the same. Though I do have to say that as far as slice of life, cute people do cute things goes, the premise does give it a bit more meatiness to the slice of life genre. It's not like it's not non-Biori, which is just nothing, nothing, anything. Literally just watch people be children with no changes, no growth. No time for jokes, Naruhuda. What's wrong with a bit of gallows humor? A very long time, because before the onset of rigor mortis. Wait, before the onset of rigor mortis. Oh man, I still love Overlord. Did you hear that Overlord's getting another season? So we have that in the future to look forward to. Before the onset of rigor mortis. Death by hanging at midnight. If the death was at midnight, then 3 in the morning would have been fairly safe.
Hold it!
I haven't watched the slime one. I've heard good things, but also horny things about it. Though, still putting my vote in for Odd Taxi. It still has my endorsement. It's only 12 or 13 episodes. Won't admit your ignorance, Naruto. Her father is gonna be here next month for the forensics exhibition. A bit sugary. Is that at the sense where it's all very sweet and people are happy? Candy for the spirit that might risk diabetes?
Hold it!
She has 3 to 10 hours then. 3 hours, rigor mortis begins. 10 hours, floppy mortis begins. That gives her from 3 in the morning to 10 in the morning. She should have been fine. Serious business, but also everyone's friend and nobody dies. Can safely say Overlord doesn't have that problem. Overlord doesn't have it. ReZero doesn't have it. I guess when it comes to isekais, I enjoy a bit of suffering. Though I don't know. Isekai Nobu has no suffering at all. It's everybody gets together. Maybe there's some drama, but they all enjoy Japanese food. They flee when they drink a beer, and then everybody becomes friends. That's like all sugar. And that I do love. No steaks. Well, that's the best thing about Izakaya Nobu. It has steaks. It has fried chicken. It's got squid and eel. It's got pork. Finish your work in the half hour before sunrise. Before the onset of rigor mortis. Before the onset. No, that's wrong.
Objection!
It was perfectly in the window for rigor mortis. And the lizards, don't forget the lizards. Reddit might have mocked the lizard sex, but I maintain that the lizard chapters, that whole thing with following the dramas and politics of the lizard clans, brilliant. Amazing stuff. Give me more of that. Fine but functional. The lizards make it. The lizards are the linchpin that bring the whole series together. That's probably why I'm enjoying playing King of Dragon Pass so much. Following and exploring that whole tribal politics sort of thing. Building, fixing rivalries, a reciprocal gift giving, building favors. And maybe, yes, a tiny bit of lizard coupling in order to secure alliances and build up or break off some stress. Jin was limp. If she's telling the truth, If she's telling the truth, then that means he would have been dead for longer than midnight. Maybe implicating that Dr. Shi fabricates her reports. Aw, Wither, you're not gonna die anytime soon. Enjoy the workout, buddy. Enjoy the workout, hope it all works out. And again, Odd Taxi. Still endorsing Odd Taxi. The
Objection!
report itself is wrong as his conclusion. Van Zeeks. Maybe you're telling the truth. No reporter makes mistakes. Then we have to accept them. That it wasn't a mistake. EDWs? An image I need to see in my life for reasons. The need for blood is rising. I think I might have seen this recently. Looks familiar. But that juxtaposition. Oh, Judge.
Objection!
I'm implicating everyone, considering that I've been sussing out the Chief Justice from the very start. If there actually is a vampire apocalypse about to happen, I fully embrace our vampiric overlords. Whenever I play The Sims, any version of The Sims, becoming a vampire is usually one of my first goals. Become vampire, for a taste of immortality, max out stats, build out money, remove vampirism in exchange for a pure form of immortality. Because nothing's worse than waiting in line for graduation at the tail end of university, but your sim just refuses to go into the door, and so bakes in the sun, just waiting to get his diploma.
Objection!
Didn't die at the gallows. Is that why it was a secret trial then? Not just to assuage the public fears about the professor and let them know that now he's dead, but to hide the fact that he was killed by the Chief Justice in his extrajudicial killing spree that still continues to this day. It's all coming together. The other person of interest being evidence to explain exactly what suggested happened that night. Do we have that evidence? The camera. Gotta be the camera. The camera with the blood on it is the only thing that links to that era. Unless it is about the Great Stink in Parliament. Theater had been released, blah blah blah, investigation into the true cause, so probably not the fire. And magic tricks? No, that's not related. University student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Trevor, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. It's probably not Trevor's camera pen. It was found on the Trevor statue, but if this camera, with its bloodstain, really came from this era, then it's probably Osmond's camera. This is probably a printing of Osmond's photograph. What they thought was a gunshot that they heard nearby, it was the camera itself then. The late 19th century camera, with its explodey powdery thing, its flash powder.
Take that! Objection!
Objection, it's not the camera then? Don't tell me it's not the camera. It's not the camera then. Evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution. That explains what really happened. Explains what really happened. Could it be the Iron Mask? Death by hanging, midnight, 17 June. The sheep rampage. The sheep rampage is what happened. Unexplained phenomena. Rick's Oxfordshire region. This better not be lateral thinking stuff. Let me see. Allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the execution. Is it the Reaper article? That the Reaper attacked? Maybe that's it, because the Reaper was apparently born from the Professor killings. After the Professor killed Van Veek's brother as a fifth and final killing.
Take that! Objection!
So it's not that. It wasn't that he was killed extrajudiciously by the Reaper. Evidence that explains what really happened on the night of the Professor's execution. That's not the camera that might have picked up what happened. Could it be the Iron Mask? The Iron Mask explains that he wasn't really executed because... Why have an Iron Mask then? And if he was put into an Iron Mask, then whose face was she working with? Is that it? Is it the trapdoor business? Did the gallows also have a secret trapdoor? He was actually put into an Iron Mask? Move the man's limp jaw with my own hands. The Professor died that night. What if he didn't die at the gallows? What if he didn't die at the gallows? The link between Dr. Shi, the professor, and the other person of interest. How am I to read didn't die at the gallows? Is that to mean that at the gallows he did not actually die? Or is that to mean that he died but not at the gallows? Evidence that explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution. Is there a time before this happened? Lowgate Cemetery, just behind the prison. On the night of that foul demon's execution, newly interred professor forced off his grave cover as he called free of the earth. The young man who witnessed the scene was on the verge of raising a shriek when in the next second a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stood stilled once more. The youth then finally realized the scream had been holding and ran for his life. There's no time on it though. Maybe it's the post-explosion photograph? Maybe it is to show that it might have been a trick? A trapdoor? And this fellow here came to recover his friend? And maybe that's why the jaw was limp and not cooperating and stiff, because he wasn't actually dead. But no, but Madame Tispel said he was dead. Explains what really happened. I'm just confusing myself here. Because now we have 2 nights. What's the timeline? Because she was working on this thing until morning. So when did this happen? What really happened on the night of the execution? Do I take notes? I do have a notepad here that I do take game notes on, but I have not for this game. Which one was this? Red, white, blue, island, planet, ocean. Red, blue, yellow, black. Oh, was this Zero Time Dilemma? No, this isn't. What was this one? $11,400 red. Milk Evoli sounds familiar. What game in Milk Evoli? Milk Evoli. Was this 999? There's dice puzzles. I recognize the dice puzzles. Was this? There's more dice. I don't remember. There's the clue, war plans of the Vic and Albert Museum, British Museum, and how to rob them. But nah, no notes for its attorney. Ah! You know the third. Ace Attorney is usually simple enough in the details, and everything you need to know is in the evidence usually. What really happened on the night of the execution? I don't think it's a contract. What really happened on the night of the execution? I don't think it's anything on this end.
Take that!
It is a newspaper. Maybe that's right. Maybe at some point before Madame Tussauds comes in, maybe it was meant to be a faked execution, and Enoch was just to recover him afterwards. And then somebody's there at the scene, sees it happens, thinks it's a zombie and shoots him dead for real. And maybe that messes up the timeline of the rigor mortis. Maybe rigor mortis hadn't even set in yet because he was too freshly dead.
Objection!
Because Madame Tussauds says he's dead. I could believe her, in dead being dead. So he was dead, just later than midnight. That could be correct.
Objection!
Now, there is a man and the gunman.
Objection!
Well, good news, bad news. The good news is we know exactly who witnessed it. The bad news is he's a corpse now. Oh, die as man is dead. Well, two people. Well, I don't know. Hold on. It's Asmund's print. It's his picture. But the camera is very clearly on Enoch's chest. So yeah, it would be Enoch. He's right here in court. I guess maybe it's Asmund's woodcut reproduction. That's why it has a signature.
Take that!
Is that supposed to be surprising? That the man of the black monocle is also the man of the black monocle. This is news to them? Is that the name of who she thinks was a gravedigger? How long ago? 10 years? See, everybody knows everybody. Every single person in this game is connected. Saw that. Was that the first and last time you saw him, though? And did he give you his camera from that night? Is that really his? Bloodstain and all. Is that really all it is? Is that basic? So this isn't going to blow open the whole conspiracy with the Chief Justice yet? He's protected. He's protected by his lackeys. He's got plausible deniability that this is her flaw and her secrets that don't reflect on him. And Zeke's. Van Zeke's going to tell the Chief Justice to shove it and demand her presence anyway. Don't tell me that the true identity of the Professor Killer is her husband and her 10-year-old daughter is bred off that killer, and the reason she let him live is because they were married, and nobody in this universe cares about conflict of interest like that. Well, she wasn't married yet. She was still Stevens at the time.
Action!
Telling the Chief Justice to shove it. But I guess that answers my question of why would somebody leading the Chief Justice's forensic investigation team help a criminal cover up a crime? Because the whole thing is that the Chief Justice is so anti-crime that he's a murderer. I believe him to be a murderer. He wants to clean up the streets by killing criminals in or outside the court system, and so his hand-picked leader of the forensic investigation team will logically share his ideals and beliefs. And I guess now we got that little... Now we have why she do it despite being on his team. Well, you heard the judge. Orders from the Queen's representative himself. Him saying you have to do it is the Queen saying you have to do it. But we do want you to testify against yourself. This isn't America. You don't have a Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. This is Eighth Attorney. We get to push you and badger you until you self-incriminate and confess. Officially. So we don't have to prove that he was a student then. We don't have to point out that yes, they both have a black monocle. They just accept it right away. Well, there you go, not denying it. You see what education does, it turned him completely mechanical. Nothing more than a cog in a machine. A spot of moonlighting. Hold on, what was his focus? He was in University City, London. Discipline of science. So he very well could have been in the graveyard to dig up corpses for medical and anatomical studies. Well, there you go then. He wasn't dead. So you saw someone who was not dead. He's going defensive. He wants to mask his connection. Aha! Exactly, Susato. Grave robbing, see? As the medical student, or a student of the sciences, it's just what he does on a Friday night. Yeah, see? Resurrectionists. Medical students and science students have to work on bodies, and at the Sierra, they dig up the poor and sell them. Repurposers. It's right there. Odie Asman. Reporter who exposed me. Is that it then? You weren't doing this for the money, you were doing this for the revenge. Bitter regret. No more tea.
Hold it!
He did have a spade or shovel? What is it? Not gonna argue the spade argument. It really is a shame though that when you donate your body to science, sure, it might go to a hospital or to medical research, but just as often goes to military research. Grandma blown up to make sure weapons work properly. Gravest of consequences. the sun. The journalist being the victim in this case himself. Never actually saw the professor at all. That's just you walking him now. Unless, what's the opening? Evidence that proves you encountered the professor that night. Maybe it's a camera. If that's the camera he used that night, then the bellows does have blood on it. Maybe splashed on when the professor was shot. Very dark red stains. Blood, actually. Also, I get he was young and in university, but if he was coming here to rob graves, why? Bring a camera. So if I have evidence, I have to present it on the statement, is what he's saying.
Hold it!
Something else that day confirmed the camera belongs to him. His camera. Update the evidence. Whenever you made an excursion to the cemetery, what for? So it is this camera, directly confirmed. See, you have to press on it to confirm it does belong to him. The actual camera that Mr. Drebber had with him. Never actually saw the professor? Then what, pray tell, is this? The music that changed all the penalty! Why the penalty? No! My penalty budget is shrinking so quickly. Just say yes. We know it. We know it's true. He could have had a fantastic career as a simple magician with phenomenal props and stage work. Prove he really did see the professor's corpse and back with the dead.
Hold it! Hold it!
It's not the camera. I don't use the camera to press on him. Unless you have some evidence. Anything at all. That isn't the camera. What else can I use? He's still going around the background. Evidence that he saw it. Dreadful encounter. A gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. Bullet pierced the man's chest. What about that? Maybe that's the detail. Maybe, sure, him alone might have seen it. But what about the bullet, the gunshot, the corpse falling dead again?
Objection!
Or just that. Or just the detail about the Iron Mask. I was thinking that if there was a gunshot at a second person, he could have made that up. Well, I didn't know that. Nobody told me that the provision for the mask was not public knowledge. Can we bring up the gunman then? Can we bring up the blood on the camera that he owns? Alright, so the same cross-examination still goes. That's why you do get the camera as evidence. A fellow grave robber at work.
Hold it!
Truly? Truly?
Objection!
The gunshot rang out.
Strange.
And another clue. Madame Tussauds, what do you have to
Excuse me.
say? Nah, she zoned out. She was simply thinking about the composition of the wax. Please tell me, you have the plate, you have the photograph.
Objection!
No, let her go on. And the blood that splattered over you. Evidence of which we do have. You can't claim that it was your frightened, youthful embellishments. We have the blood on your camera. Come on, Jabber, come on! Not baseless, we have the evidence. We fully examined the camera, have its provenance, have its blood. No gunshot from behind you at all, nor any splattering of blood.
Objection!
Finally get to use it. And of course he's going to say, well, the blood could have come from anywhere. Had a nosebleed 2 months prior.
Hold it!
I don't have to play the game where I look at the evidence and have to push a button to open the evidence, and then ID what was hidden on the evidence. Like with the stake and the coin. Really? I know it's the turn of the century.
Objection!
Naruto, we've already figured it out. Just tell him. Just gonna be vague about it. We've already figured it out. You know who it was. Just tell them. Building up suspense like this. I've got to point it out. Naruto's expressed his thoughts at least 3 times already.
Take that!
In public, openly. But what's her motive? What's her reason for covering up the professor's execution?
Objection!
Yeah. The execution never actually happened.
Objection!
I still want to say there has to be some connection to the shadiness of the Chief Justice. Maybe some nepotism got in the way, and she wanted to let the professor go free, but then Chief Justice is like, nah, bang, dead. Or maybe this professor was on the payroll of this conspiracy, and he was going to let be free to execute more upper crust people extrajudiciously,
Objection!
and then coincidentally get shot by somebody else. Yeah, the entire judiciary. From the ground up, exactly. If I'm already suspicious of the Chief Justice from the start, then yes, we are talking the entire court system, bottom to top. We didn't just come here from Japan to learn the enlightened, civilized ways of the British court system. We came here to destroy it. Oh, snap, shoe up, now it's serious. Don't know, don't care, that bit is not important yet. That is irrelevant to the case at hand right now. The important thing is he did see the body, because the body was alive, because Catherine was covering it up, and now she cooperated with the cover-up here with that pressure. Who shot the body that night is irrelevant for the time being. Yeah, but Sholmes has her back. Gregson has her back. We're not making war with the entire British judiciary and police, just the judiciary. The Bobbies should be equally upset that the FIT is pushing them out of their SOP at the Rayo. Yeah, but we have motive now. It turns out that the journalist who published his name is the same man who became a criminal investor. And so this is his chance to get revenge on the guy. No reason at all to kill Mr. Asman. The same Mr. Asman that published this article, the only one to put your name in, getting you expelled from University London. The man who ruined your life, you could say. This contract is his alibi, as long as it exists. But why? We have the evidence, Naruto. Let's just tell them. I'll type it in myself if you want me to. You moved out of the way. I like that. But attention to detail. Who exactly was Mr. Rasman to Drever? A connection. 2 pieces of evidence. Happily. The motive. That explains why the witness wanted the victim dead. Just refreshing through my evidence. Because it's a newspaper. The newspaper was written by Asman. And it names him. And that started his having to leave school and pick up work outside his dreams.
Take that!
Every detail. Prosecutor, please. Exactly. You regret it now because it's gutter nonsense, and it ruined your life as an academic. Ruined your reputation as a scientist. Ooh. Is his trophy going to be the second piece of evidence? Mr. Skids, hello, welcome. Supplementary evidence. I think it is cruelly going to be the trophy. Because it's to establish the motive, right? If it was merely to link Asman's signature, then it'd be a newspaper article plus a contract, because the contract also has a signature. There's both their signatures. There's Asman's signature. But I think the linking thing, the Royal Society Trophy for Excellence in Science, a very prestigious award for a young scientist, and yet that one newspaper article from Asman shattered that future.
Take that!
He sounds unsure. Really? That's a penalty? Nuh-uh. No way. Well, that's good. That's the motive. He put his name in the newspaper. He ruined his illustrious scientific future. How is that not right? How is that not correct? We have the evidence. The first half was correct. Am I thinking too perpendicular? Establishes the motive for the deed. Maybe it is a contract then. Because it's got Asmund's name. Because I can't think of anything else to link it with. The science trophy would have been a brilliant piece of evidence to pair it with. But I guess to link to Asmund specifically?
Take that!
I guess so. But I specifically discounted that for the reasons mentioned earlier. The link between the contract. It names him, but the link, its signature.
Take that!
See, but it wasn't asking what links them. It asked that now. But the question was, the evidence, when cross-reference, establishes a motive. Linking it to the contract doesn't establish motive. It establishes a connection between the two. The motive is a trophy because he lost his scientific future. Maybe it's because I saw that signature like an hour or two ago by now. And so it's already comfortably in my mind that the journalist is Asmund. Didn't think I'd have to prove that when the question was prove the motive.
Objection!
Because he was expelled. He was removed from University London. He couldn't be a scientist anymore. Both the stage magician and the Royal Society fellow considered him in terms of scorn and derision. We just seen this. Why, you would use a trophy to pair the evidence to establish the motive. You weren't one of those geniuses. Now the trophy comes to play.
Objection!
How dare I say that he's actually good at science? Disprove the idea that you're happy to leave university because you lack talent. There, your proof of talent.
Take that!
And he still kept it. He didn't throw it out. It's still a memento to him, even if it was topsy-turvy. Is it really so great? It's not even made of chocolate. Accolade is not chocolate. From mere journalist in a tabloid rag to London-wide criminal mastermind. Is he? Is he actually? And then the waxwork speaks. Or not. Kate, are you gonna confess? Sorry, not Kate, Courtney. I called her Catherine earlier, didn't I? Because see, if they called her Catherine, it pairs perfectly with the last name, makes an excellent pun. But instead they called her Courtney. Courtney she? We still don't have a why though. For why she covered up the non-murder, the non-execution of the professor. Oh, does this mean we get to open the face now? That all this is up in the open, out of the open. Even had the mask on them. Also, what is in that envelope peeking out from his pocket? So, not only would he have had to anticipate that the newly minted forensics investigation team, newly minted under this Chief Justice, was going to be on the scene and not regular bobbies, but also that the head coroner would be there, and said head coroner would be the one to identify this wax body and see the note. To protect the judiciary, but if you've gone and made the judiciary corrupt, then it's not worth protecting. Might as well flee the country now because I don't think that the Reapers of the Chief Justice are going to look kindly on her. Even Japan isn't safe, going by Dr. Wilson's murder. Maybe her only salvation is running off to the inlands of Australia. The Kinesis machine was ripped to shreds, but the Kinesis machine isn't important, just the floor. We could still have the floor examined. He did ask, like 3 hours ago, to examine the pit underneath the stage. Can we? Now that everything else has been revealed? Next is in your hands. Is it going a step higher, from the Chief Coroner to the Chief Justice? The final findings of this court. It had slipped your mind. Well, whose fault is that? Whose fault is that in having court systems in which you're not allowed to get an acquittal unless you discover the true killer? You're telling me that we're allowed to end a court case and get an acquittal without fully pegging the true killer with absolute positive guilt? This has got to be the first and last time in Ace Attorney. Well, no, the second time. The first time was McGilded last game. Insufficient evidence. Reasonable doubt that it was not him. So gets the non-guilty, and then everyone feels bad for it. First and last time in these two games. For the whole series. Doesn't feel quite right. You're getting your acquittal. Don't tell me, I gotta keep pushing. He's already said this is the final chapter. Twice. Immediate education Further testimony? Ah, we're good. We got the non-guilty. Our client is free. So go ahead, judgy. Pursue any doubts, but you've done your job as a lawyer. You've got the non-guilty verdict. You can get a detective or something to pursue the truth for you if that's really what you want. What about the prosecutors? Maybe the prosecutors will find the truth when they go through Mr. Drever's trial. You don't know why you're even wavering.
Objection!
Oh my goodness. Which means we still have room to get the guilty verdict. Naruto! The final testimony? But I've only got the one penalty remaining. Could we do a bathroom break first? Could we do a quick recess? Exactly, what are you thinking? You got the non-guilty. Your job is done. This case is done. Exactly. This is the same thing that happened with McGilded. There was insufficient evidence. There was reasonable doubt, so McGilded got off. So hooray, you got the non-guilty. And yet it's, oh no, I feel bad for getting the not guilty without getting the truth. In this case though, the evidence is good. All the evidence is good. We got good testimony, there's no shadiness. Alright, maybe they could feel bad for McGilded getting off, because the evidence was tampered with. So, we never know. But there's no tampered evidence in this case. They got the acquittal fair and square. It's good evidence. The coroner corroborated everything we said. And to secure an acquittal. Advocate for your client, secure an acquittal. Job done. Good job. That's not all. But that's not your job as a defense attorney. And heck, Naruto, don't forget that the whole issue of the fabricated execution is public now. Courtney admits to it, so they could have all kinds of investigations into that now. Yonosuke, you're prosecuting Mr. Drever now. You got your not acquittal. Drever is very likely going to appear in court. This is Van Zeek's job now. This is Van Zeek's job to prosecute against him. That's next trial. Next trial. If you want to help out, then you can.
Objection!
Careless. Slipped. Sure. The prosecution's job is being stolen. Judge, what if? What if you earmark the non-guilty verdict and allow this as like a postscript? Because you're already convinced, right? You're already convinced that our client is innocent. We're talking now about the murder committed by Mr. Drebber, so any penalty shouldn't reflect poorly on my client. I've only got the one penalty left. They're going to eat up that penalty with ambiguous statements. Arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant. That's a screwdriver to the chest. The entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene. Well, there you go. The Chief Justice's pride and joy is now wholly corrupt if it's all been used to dress up a crime scene. So the faked execution itself was a state secret. Maybe the professor was a state assassin then, much like Brett is. I'm still assuming Brett is a state assassin. And arrange the scene. And stab the body. I guess that's true. So, Judge, I'll take that non-guilty now. Is he really going to change his verdict from not guilty to guilty if I mess up the cross-examination? The judge's mind is already made up. He knows my client can't possibly be guilty if these two collaborated to murder and dress up the crime scene. My last penalty is still up there, my very last penalty. So I can get my guaranteed non-guilty verdict flipped.
Hold it!
Alright, do I have any evidence that hasn't been used yet? I'm pretty sure everything has been used. Fate. Planted. Is this the only one that wasn't used? I think so. But either way, we know for a fact now that there was a pick, so that's irrelevant. Never heard of this engineer. What about the missing head? Because they didn't return the entirety of the waxwork. Did Drebber keep the head as more leverage?
Hold it!
Poor Andrew. So I'm assuming that he was killed by the fall first, broke his neck, because no supports, just a sudden 30-foot plunge, and then stabs a corpse to obfuscate it. What if he was alive? And it turns out that's a real cause of death. And Drebber, and she just framed somebody else. Hesitancy. He might have been alive. Well, all this could come out when Drebber is prosecuted properly. The real cause of death. Or what she did to the victim. There's no fingerprints, right? They haven't established that it's only Harebrain's fingerprints? And all very bloody. What if that's gonna be it? What if the amount of blood that spilled through is proof that he was alive at that time? So either the blood splatter or the blood on the screwdriver would be useful, so either the photo or this. Ambiguous evidence after the non-guilty with only one penalty to go. Neck trauma suffered with a 30-foot fall. Maybe, but that is a lot of blood. It splatters, it's leaking through. If he was already dead, there wouldn't be any blood flow. It'd basically be souping and gravying up inside of his body and not being pumped out. There's no heartbeat to pump it through his body, through his veins and arteries, and out through his chest. Maybe you could argue the blood on the screwdriver is from punching it into that bloody soup. So I'm leaning towards the photograph. The flow, the bleeding, the warm blood being pumped through. As Harebrained tried to explain when he tried to take the fall.
Hold it!
No, I don't know.
Hold it!
She is making it sound like the professor's execution was meant from the top down to be a sham. It's not her protecting him and faking it. It's state orders, court orders.
Hold it!
And now it's public. And now that secret is being used as leverage to protect her own guilt in being the trigger man, you could say. Enoch being the conspirator mastermind, but Courtney here being the trigger man, which doesn't absolve him. You hire a hitman, and you're still guilty for the hitman's crime. So badly. You know what? Let me grab a quick BRB, because it has been 4 hours, and they're depriving me of my every 2-hour break. So give me a quick BRB. Much, much better. Okay, body arranged certain ways to replicate the defendant. Neck trauma has been suffered from a 30-foot fall. I want to see what the other statement would be
Hold it!
if I have her testify on what exactly she did to the body. Plunged it into his chest. Recorded the stab wound as a cause of death. Except he didn't. It's ambiguous. No, it wasn't ambiguous. He straight up said, that is a cause of death, and the broken vertebrae is additional observations. I bet you that upon stabbing him, he probably gasped. His eyes shot open, and then she realized, oh no, I just killed a person. So it's not just a state secret that becomes blackmail, but also the fact that she killed. Gotta be twisted in the best ways. Additional leverage by orchestrating her murder, her becoming a murderer. What about both statements? Could I get both statements out? And plunge the screwdriver into the chest. Okay, see, that's nothing.
Hold it! Hold it!
Alright, in that case, give us the original added testimony. I mean, he does have a cushion on his neck, he's strapped in. He's got a pillow. But then again, his head would bounce around. And his collar is neat, so probably did not strangle him. Neck trauma has been suffered. I really feel that the answer is in the photograph, as basic as. There's too much blood. If he was already dead, or however long. Plus the rigor mortis. His chin is up, right? At this position, his chin is clenched up. Wait, no. If it was 3 to 10 hours, then his chin was clenched up, with the muscles tightening. Otherwise, if rigor mortis hasn't set in yet, then wouldn't you expect the mouth to sag little from the gravity? So, too much blood, if he's already been dead. If he was dead first, and the heart has ceased beating, and there's no heart pumping blood through his system and out his wounds. Also, maybe the chin of rigor mortis has been established as a concept introduced to Naruhodo. I'm going to take my first actual safety save full game, because here I do actually need it. First safety save. 8 cases in across 2 games. Too much blood. So that is wrong. So I am going to take my very first legit game over. Alright, so is he really going to overturn the non-guilty he just established?
Guilty.
Really?
Guilty.
We proved
Guilty.
that
Guilty.
he can't be guilty because
Guilty!
the coroner.
Guilty.
We established the coroner did cooperate. And even though this is after establishing that the coroner or a bat cooperated in manufacturing and hiding the murder, it's still going to be a guilty verdict. Oh, that's so ridiculous. Well, death number 1. We've established as fact that Drebber orchestrated this murder and had the coroner cover it up, and the coroner is confessing to it. Therefore, my client is guilty. It has to be the spit. Neck trauma from a 30-foot fall. So what am I using to contest it then if it's not the photograph with all the arterial flow? The autopsy report? Wound to the chest, pierced his heart, inflicted by a sharp implement.
Objection.
No. There's nothing in here to examine. Unless it's a lack of blood in this one? Because this is the device that fell down. And there's no blood on the strap there. But that could just be a case of the detail. To find to fluid on here, just a little splash of red. A little splash of red to show blood. Maybe that's it, except there's no way to show that there is no blood. Is it because it's smashed in places? If it's smashed in places, could you not open it? There's no indication that the cage can't open, because it is empty now. dent on the waxwork to suggest that maybe this was used with the bludgeon. I don't see any indicators. Maybe arrow? There was at least one arrow. Maybe it's significant that the stab wound pierced the heart, and I don't know how long the screwdriver is. It could be greater than or less than 3 inches. Maybe an arrow was removed and replaced with the screwdriver. You can't really tell just by looking. Maybe it's not the neck trauma. Maybe it is, going back to the other one.
Hold it!
And saying that she plunged the screwdriver in both-handed. And we used the physical makeup and construction of the birdcage itself. I think she could have done it. It's reasonable. Over the victim's corpse, where it lay in the toppled cage, plunge a screwdriver into the chest. He does have a stab wound in his chest. And he is still visible here, very much alive. I don't see any arrow in his chest. Maybe it is as simple as a lack of blood on this thing. Because this is the one that fell down. Smash at the bottom, but no blood on here.
Objection!
No, that's not it either? No, don't say. Neck trauma? I'm going to have to go into just use everything mode. Just use every piece of evidence. Because eventually something comes up right.
Objection!
Cause of death was a neck trauma suffered from a 30-foot fall. And the cushioning and construction of the birdcage is not it. Nor is the presence of so much arterial flow pumping out from the still beating heart. There's no burn marks on him. So he definitely was not in the balloon that blew up. That has nothing to do with anything. It really does feel like it should be this. Because not only is that a lot of blood flow for a body whose heart has already stopped beating, but there's blood on the cage, there's blood on the straps, on the buckle. So this is him stabbed at the bird cage on the other tower, on the crystal tower. Maybe I'm on the right track in using this as evidence for there not being blood on here. Maybe it is this evidence to present because there is blood flowing on the straps when he's already at the crystal tower, hence the glass. So if he was stabbed at all, it'd be here. Otherwise there'd be no blood on the straps. He was killed afterwards. Or at least stabbed afterwards.
Hold it!
Wrong one. Arranged.
Hold it!
See, it's not random guesswork. There's a reason that I failed to use the cage. It's the right line of thought, but not the correct evidence that they want. It is good evidence to use because that is the cage that fell down 30 feet under the stage and there's no blood on it. Ergo, she cannot have stabbed him in it. It's correct, but it's not right. Or rather, it's right, but it's not the correct answer.
Hold it!
I keep fat fingering my keyboard controls.
Objection!
See, it was the right line of logic. It was the exact right line of logic. Just didn't have it. It's just there were multiple answers. There were multiple answers and they only wanted one. But it was the right thinking. Part of it is that he's bleeding in the wrong place. There's no blood on the cage that fell under the stage, but there is blood on the cage, on the crystal tower. Correct on that ground, wrong piece of evidence, despite being the right piece of evidence. All the blood being visible means he was alive, the cause of death was wrong. Maybe he was unconscious for the fall, maybe he broke his neck but he was still okay, like paralyzed but alive. But I guess they didn't want to cover that ground yet. That the blood is an inconsistency, but it's going to come up. It's going to come up.
Objection! Objection!
You have seen, but you do not comprehend. inconsistency is going to be the blood. Is it blood on the chest or blood on the straps? Straps first.
Take that!
On his chest. Downwards direction. So it's flowing! You see, I was correct. This would have worked even with the first time that I used it. That the cause of death was the broken neck. But here we're pointing out that the blood is flowing towards his feet. That is flowing, period. That's really the issue, that the blood is flowing down, and not that there's an excessive amount of blood for a dead body, or that there's blood splatter on the birdcage at the Crystal Tower, and none at the birdcage under the stage. I mean, it's just the contours of his body. It's spreading out mostly equally on his chest, but where the chest lowers down to his diaphragm and stomach, that's just gravity. That's understandable. Okay, Ace Attorney, alright, but that's the argument you want to take. Not the presence of blood on the dead guy, or the presence of blood on the wrong cage, but the capillary flow not being the correct type. It's a misapprehension that it was Mr. Enoch that coerced the coroner and leader of the forensics investigation team. Is that in fact the forensics investigation team leader coroner who was trying to silence both a witness to the rising of the professor and the journalist who wrote about it with name? Is that it? Is that the big truth with a capital T that Sholmes wants us to find? How she was coerced, the autopsy report, the stabbing of the victim. That's a stabbing, surely. That's the whole point, the blood's flowing the wrong way, right? Coerced into helping Mr. Drebber. As a result, the note left. You claim he made changes at the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. Authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. Changes at the crime scene is true. Fake autopsy report is true. It's who is coercing who, isn't it? Was that penalty time? Penalty time. Thank you, counsel. So that's fine then. It's a stabbing, right?
Hold it!
Bit basic though. Bit basic. We've proved that you could have that you wouldn't have been able to stab him in that way. You had to stab him standing up. What? You mean she's lying about what? That you stabbed? And yeah, you know. The judge has already decided that my client is not guilty. But because we have to pursue the truth, spending my last penalty means that somehow, magically, the judge decides that no, he's guilty after all.
Objection!
The direction they want to push this is really weird. So much good evidence can be used to contradict, but they only want one specific line of reasoning. In this case, that really isn't too obvious, but there's so many other easy contradictions.
Objection! Objection!
So much in here. So much in here is wrong. In this one photo alone. It's too much blood pumping out for a body that's already dead, no heartbeat pumping blood. There's too much blood on the strap if he was killed and stabbed underneath the stage. But no, what's important to them is the blood's flowing down, so he must have been stabbed while standing up. Not every other very obvious inconsistency.
Take that!
It's like at the same time they want the obvious answers and the most esoteric in alternation. So that establishes she lied about the stabbing. So why do you have to turn around and say, well, she lied about the stabbing, when you just said she lied about the stabbing? It opens up a lot of possibility to maybe somebody else coerced the other. Yeah, sure, it was us that brought about the coercion hypothesis in the first place. But it's not the first truth that got changed with new light. Stabbing of the victim. The answer is very simple. If you paid attention to what Naruto just said 3 lines ago, and didn't consider the deeper implications that maybe that upsets the balance of who coerced who. They could have propped him up afterwards. He was standing up at the time is like the shakiest thing to go on.
Objection!
If the issue is that he was alive at the time, then again, that's way too much blood flow if the heart is already still and not pumping blood to the body. This is the most roundabout way to go to the answer that I want. Or he could have been dragged out of the cage by members of the forensic investigation team, held up as a corpse or otherwise, then stabbed. This is the flimsiest way to establish that he was alive. Now you have this big, complex theory that you're not proving about him standing up on his own, having woken up, when it could just go with the presence, the sheer volume of the blood spilled. He was dead. He wasn't pumping blood through his body. It's pulling up inside of him like a giant sausage. Again, my client already has an acquittal. We didn't have to do this now, we could have done this during Mr. Drebber's trial. The prosecution could have brought all this up then. Could have brought in Courtney as a witness to cross-examine. This has nothing to do anymore with Mr. Harebrain's trial.
Objection!
Facts and logic and a lot of leaping. If they wanted facts and logic, blood flow. Where's Madame Tuspels? Madame Tuspels knows her way around an enemy. A motive, easy enough because he was a journalist who wrote about the professor still being alive. No known connection. No known connection. Van Zeeks, don't you go pulling off helping her out now when we have that connection. We've already established that connection like an hour or two ago. No obvious motive? Hints why the coroner might have done this? Oh my goodness, this is the stake all over again. The stake that we proved who the stake belonged to, but that we had to prove that the stake belonged to somebody right after establishing who the stake belonged to.
Objection!
For you, we've already established that you're going to do anything to cover up the truth about the professor case. Oh, the game isn't bad, the game is great. It's just sometimes it's really specific in what you want. It's like the stereotype of the girlfriend who's hungry, and she's begging you to eat. And then you ask, where do you want to go? And it says, I don't know, you pick. And then you're like, well, how about Italian? And she's like, no Italian, penalty. And you're like, okay, what about McDonald's? And no, I don't want McDonald's, penalty. And you have to guess and read her mind and what exactly it is that she wants. And it's supposed to be obvious in hindsight. And you got the right answers, you got McDonald's, but the answer's supposed to be burgers. You're supposed to say burgers, not McDonald's. And McDonald's is the only burger restaurant in town. But you can't just say McDonald's, you have to say burgers first. And then, well, where can we go for burgers? Do we make burgers at home? I don't want to cook. Could I cook? I don't want to wait. What about McDonald's? No, not McDonald's, I want burgers. But McDonald's is the only burger restaurant. Why don't we walk around town and see if we find anything? And then surprise, surprise, there's McDonald's. Why don't we have McDonald's? You should have said McDonald's in the first place. We can't just say McDonald's. It's not McDonald's, it's burgers. Why she wanted to kill Asmund. It's the mask. He has the mask. Is that it? Is the mask? It can't be the screwdriver. It can't be the scalpels that she's ordered 500 of every single month. Is it the Iron Mask? The Iron Mask is the only thing that connects to the Professor case. And Mr. Asman was the only journalist who gave serious attention to Enoch. And the mask was still in possession of Enoch at that time. And it actually has the face of the professor on it. Why the mask? Really? Really? So that's failure number 3. Scalpels? Scalpels? How is ordering 500 scalpels a month going to get back to Mr. Asman? Bear in mind that while we did see the legend that had 500 scalpels a month, I remembered it. It's not in the evidence. At this point, I'm just ghosting. I don't know what scalpels has to do with this. $500 scalpels every month. Connects to Asman how? Unless... Are we supposed to believe that Asman is filtering or laundering scalpels through these people? And he wanted to kill him because he was squeezing him with scalpels? That's it? Okay, well that's bad. That's out of nowhere. We're supposed to link 500 scalpels a month to, what, money laundering or, I guess, purchases from him? Kind of like an extortion payment, but paying for an excessive amount of scalpels? And that's supposed to be the connection to Asman? The previously undisclosed scalpel purchasing business? There are so many other ways to connect her to Asman, since her big thing is keeping the secret of the professor execution, non-execution a secret, and he was a fellow who straight up sketched this out. His rising from the grave and not being dead. So it stands to reason. Okay. If you say so. I was on board and willing to begrudgingly take the twists up until here. Even the happy music has to stop. There were so many other more compelling ways it could have gone, even as a story. Like maybe she was coerced to gussy up the crime scene. That appears to still be fact. And so she murdered the guy as a target of opportunity. Boring. But if instead, the coroner, in dressing the crime scene, stabbed a person who was still alive and became the murderer by accident. Ooh, that's exciting, that's juicy. Or if she knew he was alive and he was alive and he was murdered to burn away another loose string about the professor execution. Good, decent. But a hitherto undisclosed scalpel business that was only alluded to with her buying an excessive amount of scalpels every month. We're supposed to make that leap in logic that, oh, the scalpels must be Yasmin. Again, that's the weakest, most tenuous connection they could have gone for. It doesn't have as much punch. It's not it's not accidental murder and making a monster out of a mere conspirator coerced into it. It's not doing what secret dark things must be done to protect state secrets. I'm still enjoying it, but eh. To go from securing my acquittal to an exciting twist and final testimony to a really weak point to end on. They've weakened an otherwise really, really good episode that I've been enjoying a lot. Well, she said please, so you might as well tell us the whole story. Yeah. Even without his confession, that much is obvious. Assuming that the forensics investigation team was on site at that time, assuming they got there before bodies that saw the waxwork statue, that would have seen the waxwork statue, assuming that the coroner was actually in the on-site investigation and not just delegating, assuming she even saw the note. just by chance, had a paper that had the article clearly visible. You have become the monsters you sought to punish. Didn't they use it already this game? Which one was that? Was that the second Natsume case? No, no, that was the final case of the first game. Have we said burgers yet? Metaphorically, we finally got to burgers. But the burgers were stale. The bread, the buns were all soggy and floppy. The meat was cold and limp. The lettuce a week old, and there were no pickles, and now it's all my fault. And we shouldn't have gone for burgers after all. Why did you take us to burgers? The non-guilty, he said, you were owed. Like, a half hour ago, or an hour ago even. He was already absolved of all guilt. You said that. You said with the coroner's confession that there's no way that Harebrain could have done it. He's clearly not guilty. What if they made a special, non-standard game over, in which we're sorry, counsel, but you have not convinced us if there's anything more to pursue. We hereby claim your client non-guilty, but that the truth is never discovered. Game over. You failed to find the truth. It was all true. Has no idea how right he is. I mean, he's got some ideas. He might not make a device that reconstitutes humans, but he has a device that could disintegrate them. So there you go, he's got a future in government contracts making weapons. For the second time, not guilty. Yay. I'm sorry, but they really did find the weakest point to possibly end on. It was a fantastic case of the problem. It's a great case. The best one of these two games so far. Don't even mind that to get to, oh, he was still alive at the time, required a roundabout way to get to it. At least the answer was correct. We knew he was alive at the time of the stabbing. And sure, there might be different avenues to get to that right answer, and they wanted the most twisty, way out in left field one. Okay, sure, whatever. But then scalpels equals obviously that means Mr. Asman is squeezing them to buy scalpels. Hitherto undisclosed. Weakest possible connection and motivation they could have gone with after all that excitement. Draining, instantaneously draining. His twice acquitted acquittal at that. Maybe he should change his focus. If it turns out that his death ray idea doesn't work, he could shift focus, become an anthropologist. Franz Boas should be about at this time. Get some humanities into a science in. Oh, really? Few true friends? Yeah, Naruto, that means he trusts you. You're finally properly in a proper Phoenix and Edgeworth relationship. Prosecution and the defense working together. Both of them screwing about with their clients to get to some nebulous truth. That's the true science. True science is prosecution and defense working together to ascertain some truth that has nothing to do with the innocence or guilt of the client. In a few days. But that's not going to save him. Leaving the country isn't going to save anyone, because Dr. Wilson was murdered by Brett. And I'm convinced that Dr. Wilson is also tied to all this. So that's at least one case where fleeing the country does not absolve you of the Reaper's wrath. See, what if it wasn't, oh, well, remember those scalpel orders from 10 hours ago? It turns out, we never told you, but that was Asmund all along. What if instead, she killed Asmund? Not just because. What if she killed him, allegedly, to preserve the secret of the faked execution? And they accept that, but in truth it's foreshadowing to the Reaper that she is a agent of the Chief Justice. That's a lot more interesting. It's a lot more compelling. It's a high note to end on. It segues right into this. And Hairbrain having to flee the country because the Chief Justice is going to kill him, getting a non-guilty verdict. Still alive, possibly only because Brett is dead. If I recall, Natsume didn't follow Brett over. He went because he wanted to go to the sea. Brett allegedly wanted to go to the sea. That is a one-time confirmed British assassin in proximity of Mr. Natsume. Lucky for him, she died. But that could have been the reach of the Reaper over international waters to another sovereign nation on the other end of the world. Haven't they mentioned also in the previous game when talking about the Reaper that even abroad they find ways of dying? Doesn't it? Doesn't it stretch overseas? Isn't that part of the leaked government communications? That he's got agents, such as Miss Brett? Isn't Miss Brett one such agent? That's what I'm thinking this whole time. Oh, you know what? We never even got to unlock the mask on the waxword head of the professor. Madame Tuspels kept on she kept suggesting it. She was offering. I don't think it's anyone she knows about though that we know. Maybe it's someone we do know, but not somebody she knows. Otherwise, she would have recognized them. Like she recognized Mr. Asmund. from her collection of odious personalities. She'd recognize Sholmes because she works with Sholmes now and is constructing his face. Room 10 minutes? Is this where the overarching plot is going to finally take center stage? Because there's still 2 cases left. A case 4, then the final case. I don't know. I don't think we're going to talk to him today. It's probably going to be case finished, then tomorrow starts off with that talk. Or maybe back at the Sholmes office and just flash back to it. Here it goes then. Alright. Okay, good. For a second, I wasn't sure if we were going to see it, if that was going to be fade out to congrats, you won, save game, please. So he's admitting it. It is an actual racial prejudice. The professor. Don't tell me he was Japanese all along. Really? Europe established courts and justice systems in foreign lands? One of which was the judge in Japan. I don't think Sudanu's father was insisting his medicine. And he specifically said, judicial students? Yeah, well, maybe for forensic stuff. So that's 2. But who was the 3rd? There was that Shin fellow who was mentioned. A Shin. See, everyone is connected. Everybody knows everybody. was going to not be his victory, though. Were it not for the one gunshot, then Professor would have gone free. Faked execution, wakes up at night. The killer's identity. Is this a reverse Brett scenario, in which he belongs to a foreign land here on diplomatic business, and so cannot be touched? Was Japanese after all.
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time.
Is this the first time that he's had like full voice beyond just like objection and stuff? That's taking me by surprise.
Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster.
Look. Maybe he's Japanese, you've established that, but hideous monster's a bit much, dude.
I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
It can't be Susato's father. Nor the judge. Has to be somebody new.
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
We see? Is it anybody we know?
The thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before.
That could maybe be a younger version of Susato's father, but it can't be. No way.
Was Japanese.
No, see, it's not. Just someone we don't know.
Wait a minute. That face. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Is that what Kazuma's business was about? Was he trying to find his father? Lost in Britain? And it turns out your father's a mass murderer?
Father.
And the mask, Kazuma. Don't forget the mask, too.
What? Father? Kazuma!
What? This whole time? No way. Impossible. Nobody foresaw this coming.
My best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned.
Question becomes, though, why did the Chief
Has he
Justice
stood
put him in
there
a
before?
prosecution?
Ryunosuke. Hello again.
Even the mouse
My
do the little
friend.
bow?
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
Isn't this nice though that they all sound Japanese and they don't sound like Troy Bakers?
It was an honor.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
I owe you thanks, too. For taking good care of that in my absence.
His Japanese spirit.
Oh. Karuma, the great blade of the Asogi clan, passed down through the generations. When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. The Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it.
Again, meaning that if you're not of the class that owns a sword, or is allowed one, then either you're not a man, or you're not Japanese, or not a Japanese man. Very classist, you two. Very classist, very disappointed.
But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword. And I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
Now he gets 2 swords, lucky. Straight up Lloyd here. Is this gonna be trade? We give you back your sword, you give us a saber by your side?
I've made it. At last. Father.
Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it, but I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's
5.
father.
Only 5 killings of the upper crust. That's not so much. See, 5 aristocrats killed, and suddenly he's a mass murdering monster. But 50 peasants killed at the East End, nobody's even gonna care.
Ha!
Madame Two Spells is gonna be pissed.
Kazuma-sama.
We gotta pay for that, you know. That's like 7 whole months of stipends. That was her pride and joy. That brought in so
Ryunosuke.
much money.
We have much to talk about. But now is not the time. I'll be seeing you.
And then conclusion.
That's all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
You'll see him again at least. He's not dead. Anymore. Yes, do tell us, why did Lord Strongheart introduce him, this ghost, to you? And where did he get Kazuma from in the first place? Another thing that Sholmes is hiding, since Sholmes would have known. He was there, on the boat. He's the one who suggested that perhaps Kazuma was dead. Legacy, are you suggesting that because Kazuma is his son, that he is a living continuation of the professor? The guy wants to be a defense attorney. He's a polar opposite. The apple rolled all the way away from the tree. Well, she was 6, though. Would have been easy to adjust. A month, when you're a child, is as long as a whole year. Could it be? Could it be? A promise, and so he becomes a defense attorney. Could it be his dad was actually innocent? And was merely pegged because as a foreigner it'd be easy too. And Kazuma's whole thing was wanting to come back to Britain as an accomplished defense attorney and prove his dad's innocence. Because it's not like the British courts are perfect. We've already got several examples of corruption.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life.
The romance. The romance is about to respark
In
again.
some ways, it was the end of a chapter. But in many, it was the start of a new one.
Bit on the nose there, literally in this case. End of the chapter. Achievement, demasking. And start to the new one, Twisted Karma, at his last bow. Like Manfred von Karma, do we get hints? To the Karma clan? No, couldn't be, but that'd be cool. Given the time, though, and that it might possibly be 2 hours to go through the entire preamble, introductions, investigations, and the whole shebang of starting the next case, 2 or 3 hours, I think that's a good place to call it for today. The Great Departed Soul, fantastic, actually has the investigation, trial, new day, investigation, trial, pacing. And with plenty of good twists and good evidence, trial itself ended on a weak point. Story-wise, ended back on a high point. Kazuma's with us again, hooray. So I enjoyed it. Stumbles at the landing, but still liked it. And I think at this pace, it's what, Wednesday now. So, Twisted Karma, if the pacing is similar, is probably going to take us Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday. And then maybe another 3 or 4 days, considering final case of both games. So this might take all of next week or so. Maybe. Guess we'll see how long the introduction to the Twisted Karma takes tomorrow. Because on my end, it turns out that I've been spending way too much time, way too much time on King of Dragon Pass, getting those 2 solid wins in, starting at 3rd. When there are real life stuff that I meant to devote my August to. I had August goals that I wanted to do on my off time. I completely forgot, so I got to step on that right now. Which isn't too bad, mostly arranging for final tests I gotta take for things. Maybe send out some emails, basic stuff. Just gotta get those balls rolling. But yeah, so far, great Ace Attorney. First game, half tutorials, and 2 real cases, and that's it. Second game starts right into it. Big crescendo for the first 3 cases, bang bang bang, so tomorrow's case should be fantastic, I can only hope. For now, going to see who we are going to raid. Plenty of people playing the fresh new game. So who to choose from? Lots of VTubers today. Or these days, I guess I should say. Of various complexities of face rigs. The polygons that must all be on that bust, oh my goodness. And one whose avatar appears to be literally just a possum. Amazing. Should I go from goat yesterday to possum today? Ah, 30-second ad, gross. Alright. I think I'm gonna trade. Pippin Pobel? I know absolutely nothing about them, other than they are also playing Great Ace Attorney. They're back in the first game on the Budoria, getting their introductions to the deduction game. And they're a possum. Their avatar appears to be a possum. And how fun is that? So good to toss you on over to the possum. Thanks for hanging today. Again, despite a little bit of weakness towards the end, still a good case, so looking forward for tomorrow. Especially after getting some real life stuff done tonight. Play any more Dragon Pass Skinny until I arrange a few registrations. Alright, so see you folks around. Thanks for being here, take care of yourselves, enjoy the rest of your night.